Hello, good evening, and welcome to Management Monday, where I'm going to be playing some Planet Zoo because, dang, the Nocturne Zoo needs a lot of work done. So much work. At the moment, as my stream title indicates, I am still working on the eastern section of the zoo. And turning on my light to flashbang us all. Basically, I consider this to be the eastern section of the zoo. Basically everything from the river over this way. So there's a lot to be filled in around here. We are lacking a lot of plants. And also there's still a habitat to be put in, but that is something that will be worked on in a bit. Now I have seating in here. Let me just, yeah, there we go. Why was there confetti? Oh, I don't know. Okay, so I do have some seating in the train station, so I don't have to worry about putting in seating areas around here, because anyone around here who wants to sit will just go into the station for it. But as I was finishing off this bridge, as I said I would, I finished both of these bridges in between streams. So this is all completed and stuff. Except I missed a piece. One moment. Just gonna enter group edit mode. And this needs to not be sitting in the middle of the path. There we go. Okay, well, as I was finishing off the bridge, I was looking at this area and being like, this is big and empty, and that's unfortunate. So something needs to be done. Preferably something that will hide this hole without me having to use the grass panels. But I'm not sure. Like, I did use the grass panels over here and then hid them very thoroughly. I think what I want to do is like sort of extend what I did here over to here and on the other side of the station in this area over here. Just basically unify the whole thing. Possibly with more strangler figs. Possibly with more sausage trees. Possibly with Korean pine. Possibly with some combination of the above. I think I want to start with the Korean pine because I do rather like it. So I'm just going to grab this. I'm going to turn on random rotation. And I think I want to put a Korean pine tree over here. Like right here. And maybe... I don't know about putting one over here. I'll just leave that be for the moment. Let me grab one of these strangler figs. Because this is a fairly big area, so a larger tree is going to be a little better. So let's plonk in a strangler fig right here in all of its space-taking glory. It's a little big for this spot, so we'll leave that alone. And grab this sausage tree. I love these things. They're so interesting looking. I'm gonna pop that down there. And another one here. How does that feel? Kind of like that. Okay. And then somewhere in here. Oh, nope, no, that's not it. There it is. I love using the yellow ipe tree as bushes. You just like move it down like this and you get like a ground cover with like variable heights. And I just want to be careful not to like shove the tree into the building where it's going to be weird. Yeah, let's rotate it like that. I still have angle snap on, don't I? Probably do. Like this. And over here. Once again, careful not to push it into the building. Grab completely the wrong arrow. Like this. Okay, turn off angle snap. Rotate this like this. Okay, I'm running out of space that I can fit the whole tree in, I think. Yeah, I can't use the tree for this section here, unfortunately. It's just, it's large. I'll bring myself back over here. Too much train track. Oh, but it fits nicely in there. Okay, that's all I can do with the big tree, I think. And actually, this needs to be adjusted. Shy Cat, hello! Welcome back to the stream. Nice to see you. If I rotate this like this, and then like that, yeah, that works. That works for me. Now, where's the little tree? I know there were a whole bunch of them around here. There it is. Just continue. Continue as I had begun. Conveniently just finished a not D&D session. Ah. Well, I hope it was successful in whatever it was you were trying to do. Okay, I'm gonna put this here because that feels right. Can I get away with not using the grass panels here if I... I think I can. I think I can get away with it. If I put enough frothy bush-like objects around here, it will be impossible to tell that the land is doing something really freakish, right? My character Agata made it to the dungeon we had been planning to enter for a while and the session ended, so I'm the only one who reached the dungeon. Well, congratulations on making it to the dungeon. But yes, for those who have not been around for my previous Planet Zoo streams, sometimes, well, usually when you make ramps with the paths in this game, it ends up gouging out large portions of the earth underneath the ramps, just because that's what it does, which is fairly annoying, yes, but there's ways to cover it up. As one of the popular ways of doing so is that the conservation pack at the DLC came along with grass roof panels, which can be used quite effectively to fake flat ground if that's what you need. However, I've found that because the roof panels are much healthier than the grass on the ground in game, it doesn't always work. So sometimes other ways around have to be done, and fluffy plants will often hide a multitude of sins. There we go. Yeah, it is pretty hard to tell that there is a big dip in the ground here now. Just as an illustration, over here in the snake garden, stuff like this happens. This is a very minor elevation above this, and so it just gouged out the land underneath the ramp for reasons unknown. Which is really annoying, and unless you have a mod, you can't terraform. So I can't bring this land back up again. So I will have to cover that up when I'm doing planting. But that's the sort of thing that I have here. Like, because this is a ramp that's going down, I ended up with big gigantic holes here. And here you can see the roof panels that are faking being proper ground. Let go of the roof panel. And this is the start of covering up the roof panels being a slightly different color with some fluffy bushes. So that's the general idea of what I've been doing. Like over here, it was the same problem. I did use the panels here, but you can't really see them due to how much bush I've put in here. And the thing is, like, the guests find the bushes and trees and stuff attractive anyway, so everybody wins under these circumstances. But yeah, the main part is that this part of my zoo is just a little naked. Over here, we also have a little bit of nakedness going on, but I filled in more. Like over here, I still haven't figured out what I want to do with this space. But over by the train station, I filled all that in. We have this lovely garden bed going on. We have a couple of these nice trees here. And pretty flowers. And all of that sort of stuff. And I'm still working on what I want to do here. I liked having this sort of design with the paths, but the problem is that now I don't know what to do with these grass squares. But yeah, I started filling this in. Like, I put in some trees in here and stuff like that, but I hadn't finished it, and the lake is extremely unfinished. This is what a naked lake looks like. Very unattractive. But yeah. So, I am treating over here where my entrance castle is. I'm treating this as the north. So this would be the eastern edge of the zoo. Which needs filling in because I've pretty much... Over here, the train track is as far east as the zoo is going. So this is basically the outer edge right here. At least for this portion. So stuff needs to be done. Now, I do believe that I put pink flowers in the grass. Yes, I understand that that is your request, yes. Now, where was I? Oh yes, I'm pretty sure that I found somebody who created a chunk of taiga forest. Which I gleefully appropriated. Well, I didn't appropriate. They put it up on the workshop for anybody to use. I just need to find it. I have so many blueprints. These are not all blueprints that I've downloaded from the workshop. There's also a large portion that just sort of came along with the game or came along with the DLC. Maybe I should have been looking in nature instead of in my blueprints, but I have a lot of caves. Huh. That's odd. I must have downloaded those a long time ago because I mostly make my own caves these days. Archway, gate. Forest coverage 6. Oh, that is a lot. I'm not sure if that's the one, but now, am I lucky enough that this is a group? It is not a group. Oh, that is unfortunate. And climbing is all enabled. Oh, that's very sad. Alright, turn off climbing. That is 1,452 pieces. Oh dear. This may be a bit more than I'm looking for here. Well, what if I... Forest log light post. Okay, large forest coverage. Probably not. What about if I put in... Whoop! What if I put in taiga? Canadian plant life pack. Oh, that's a lot of floating stuff. It's nice, but it's not what I'm looking for. We have a graveyard here. Oh, yeah, that's definitely a graveyard, all right. I only have the one forest? Scenery group. Playground. Well, apparently that large forest is all that I actually had. Well, I don't really want to do it myself, so I guess I'm gonna try and make it work. I'll just grab a chunk of it here. Oh, that's too far. Let's just take this bit. There's this section over here I'm not done with. It's only like this edge. Actually, let me take these over here. I feel like this is probably going to fit in with the Wolverines pretty well. A vampire countess looked at my cat girl, JRPG style character, egged out his tail, and had to answer the tail versus pants question. I was not really prepared, but it was funny. Ah. Okay, it's too big to fit in there. That's too bad. And it doesn't slope, so I'm gonna have to do something else there. Let's grab like a little section in here. Whee! I do wonder why the random rotation is not working on the multi-selection, but oh well. Okay, that's probably getting close to as much mucking around as I can do with using chunks of this stuff around here. Just do like that. No, no. I want these. Grab these. So I'm feeling like this area needs a few more living trees. There's too many dead trees in this area. That. I hear the people cooing at my Arctic foxes, and that makes me feel good. Yeah, I like that. Although, this one needs a little more uprightness. Thank you. Yes, it still looks weird because of the big empty back there, but... as I'm hoping to do this sort of thing as basically the outside edge of the zoo, but... now... I should probably do a bit of the snake garden while I'm here. But I really need to make this area more attractive. To make this resting area more effective. So let's see. I would love to have a little skinny tree that fits right in this little corner here. Let's filter for trees. Hey, what do you know? A little skinny tree that fits right in that area. How about that? That's a little too much of a lollipop for the bigger ones, though. What about an Aleppo pine? Not quite the right thing for here. I do want some sort of tree. Oh, not a Brazil nut. Black spruce? No, that doesn't look quite right there either, does it? Mangroves always look weird unless you have like a bank or a rock to put them on, so that's not gonna work. Common ash, maybe? Yeah, I kind of like that. Yeah. Okay, now let's turn off the tree. I need a bit of ground cover thing. Something not too intrusive, but that's, you know... See, I'd kind of like to leave the long grass, but... I need something that'll blend with the long grass without looking weird. I mean, I can go back to the blue stem. I just don't know. There's bracken, which doesn't really blend with the long grass. Wrong shade of green. There's bramble, which is also entirely the wrong shade of green. There is, of course, the buffalo grass, but I'd kind of like something flowering. Not cattails. I love the coastal pig face, but it looks so much better on dirt than it does on grass. And also we're going back to the wrong shade of green. Foxgloves are a little tall. saltwort might not be too bad, but then we go back to the I want something with flowers. Cornflower is close to the right color, but it's just a little short. Cowberry bushes, once again to the wrong shade of green. So many of these are the wrong shade of green. There's the crimson turkey, which does have that pink component that Shy requests so often. But also goes back to, this is the wrong shade of green. These guys look great on dirt, though. They look spectacular on dirt. I said the magic word. There are the willow bushes, but yeah. I just don't know about the willow bushes. The dragon's blood tree makes an excellent bush, but not here. We have drin grass, which definitely blends right in, but we're back to the no flowers. Dutchman's breeches stand out a little too much. Dutchman's breeches look great if you mix them with bracken, though. They just look like they belong. Dwarf cornel does not look right with long grass. Like, I would like to actually keep the long grass. I kind of like it here. But I just don't know that I can. Fairy fan flowers just disappear into the long grass. Fever tree, a bit too much. Bamboo, we're just going to skip right past. I know it's not going to work. Sand sedge. Not terrible, but doesn't look good on grass. They're the Gilder roses, of course, but I think they might be a little too, what's the right word? Present? Although, it might not look too bad if I just, you know, sort of pop this here. Orchids, no. Hostas just won't look right. Hydrangeas, great for flower beds, not so great for this is growing like loose somewhere. King Protea, wrong shade of green again. Labrador tea. Possibly I could make this work, but not with the Gilder rose. Meadow buttercups. Correct shade of green, at least. Vanish a little bit in the long grass. Unfortunate. never know how to use these things. Spectacular coverage. Never know how to use them. We'll just skip right past the oak tree. I think if I want to use the ground cover flowers, I'm gonna have to cut the grass. I'm not thrilled about that. Because, yeah, they all just vanish into the long grass, never to be seen again. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna have to do is use the drin grass. It's the only thing that's been the right color so far. Like, the eelgrass is also close. But if I'm just gonna be putting the eelgrass in, there's no point in keeping the long grass, you know? Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with the drin grass. I'm just gonna pop that down there for now. I'm going to grab the terrain. Grow the grass. Then ungrow the grass. Just push it gently off the path. Like that. There. Okay, then we take this guy. Because when it comes down to it, the people register the added plants more than they do the terrain. So in order to make this area pretty for them to sit in and enjoy themselves, I need a bunch of plants. And I forgot to grow the grass over here. Whoops. All right, let's... Now Now, why isn't the long grass coming in here like it's supposed to? Game, why are you like this? Okay, there we go. Is this actually the largest clump of this that I can have? Large, medium. Yeah. Large is what I have. See, the advantage of doing this also makes the grass look a lot healthier. And also, if I do it down here, the employees also get benefit from it being all decorated. So, you know, everybody wins, but especially me. Don't mind me while I thicken the aura du plant around here. There we go. Okay, that last one has to go because... Oh, no wait, it wasn't that last one. The one that's sticking through the path needs to go. This one. And this one. And I do need to mow the lawn just a little bit under here. There we go. Ta-da! And let's see, if I grab this smallest bit, just sort of force it in here. There. Oh, did I never fix this corner? Oh no. Well, as long as I'm here, take this piece and duplicate it. That, like that. Extend that like that. And like that. There. Ta-da! Now the corner is a corner. And this little area is starting to look so much better. Oh wait, how badly are these floating? Oh, they're floating really badly. Oh no. Let's do like this instead. People, if you could stop walking in front of me, that would be really helpful. Please, I'm begging you. My own employees are blocking me from being effective. I'm sleeping. Good luck and Daco. Good night, Shy. It was nice of you to stop by. Oops. That is one thing you gotta watch out for in this game. Sometimes the ground is not where you think it is, and frequently it's not where the stuff you're moving around thinks it is. Always check different angles. You'll save yourself a lot of pain if you check different angles. There we go. I'm still not 100% sure what to put in here, but a little bit at a time I'm filling in. I'm making things work. I kind of want the daisies. Like that. That feels a lot better to me. Yeah. Yeah, that feels pretty good. Now, let's see. I did some work over here, but I didn't finish. Like I didn't take it over this way. The main question that I had was, do I want to continue with the salt cedar, or would it be better to like do some variation of the blackthorn through here? And I think it might be better to do the blackthorn, just fill in over here with it, and then maybe merge it into the salt cedar. But I don't think, I think the oblong blackthorn is not the right one, but yeah, I think I'm gonna have to hybridize this. Let's turn off random rotation just for the moment. Because I'm gonna want to like place these. Fill it in. Whoop. No, no, camera, please. This is hard enough without you helping. Shove that in there like that. And just sort of bring it down. Yeah, I like that. That's good. Okay. And then grab the salt cedar. Turn random rotation back on. Like this. And grab the big blue stem grass. Whoop! Start dragging this sucker around. And then remember, I need to repaint this ground. One moment. Like that. Didn't I have a bigger piece of buffalo grass than just the small one? I guess not. Stella Katsune Illustrates! Hello, welcome back. It's been a while. Now, I could have sworn I was using a bigger piece of this than this, but oh well. I'll make it work. Like that. I'm mixing grasses right now to look more authentic. So right now I've got this dry buffalo grass that I am mixing with some blue stem grass that I have sunk very deep into the ground to make it look like grass with seed heads. Well, shorter grass with seed heads. So that we basically end up with this effect that's going on here. Because that's two grasses. Okay, let's see now. This one needs to go down just a little, like that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm liking that. As I've been working on filling in the snake garden a little bit at a time. So I just finished this section here. I put in bushes around the house, but I haven't really finished any of the regions. Although I think if I grow the grass up and put the daisies in over here, I can call this area finished as well. In the future, when I get the money, I'll buy the Grassland pack, Australia pack, and Oceania pack, and make my own copy of the zoos in my home. Oh, yeah, yeah. That can be tricky. Like, making a one-to-one copy of an existing building in this game is not as easy as what I'll call... Okay, what is going on here? Why are guests using this path? This is a staff path. Why are guests on this path? This is a staff path. What in the Kentucky Fried... How are they doing that? They're not supposed to be able to do that. What sort of a glitch is this? Alright, okay. Bins, benches, and security. Guest barrier curb. Now, if I were actually using these as like part of the aesthetic of the zoo, I would 100% change the color. But because I'm just trying to keep the guests from walking on the path that they're not even supposed to be walking on anyway... by making sure, just in case the game has decided on its own. Oh, what the heck's going on with that corner? I do not know. Okay, now if I've done this correctly, these guests should either start claiming they're trapped or just completely despawn. Well, they're not doing either of those. But they're absolutely not supposed to be using this as a shortcut. Unfortunately, I can't completely forbid it because I need this path for my staff, darn it. Okay. The thing with the guest bumpers is that they'll still walk over them, but only if it's the only path. So I gave them a perfectly good way to come through here. So between me hopefully resetting that path and putting down the guest bumpers, we shouldn't have anybody else just sort of walking through anymore. Right? Like, the staff can go across the guest bumpers no problem, but the guests will only go across if they are absolutely forced by there being no other path to get where they're going. Like, I could put a bunch of these guests in a box of these things, and they'd walk over them, but no guests would enter that box. So hopefully I've fixed the problem. I kept getting, you know, facilities having a negative impact on guests, and it would always go away so fast that I couldn't catch it. So many guests just shortcutting. Like, they use the porcupine house as a shortcut all the time, and I'm trying to be okay with that. I don't quite understand why they keep using the porcupine house as a shortcut. Like, these guys are stuck. Like, they should come to see the porcupines, right? My beautiful girls. But yeah, hardly anybody comes to see the porcupines, and that makes me very sad. But boy, howdy, they use this whole building as a shortcut to get from over here to the Wolverines. Never the other way around. Ladies, I'm sorry you're only being used as a shortcut and nobody is actually stopping to look at you. Wait. Now, people stop to, like, absorb the information sign, but they don't look at the porcupines. They read the sign and they move on. See, this guy's even giving a talk on the porcupines right now and they're still not looking. But yes, the main ambition for now is to try and get the eastern part of the zoo, which is this part that I'm working on here, in a state that I could call finished. Because I've nearly built everything here that I intended to build. The decor is the thing that's lacking. Okay, and then let's grab the daisies. Shove them in here real nice. I need smaller daisies. Get some mediums in here. that. Okay, okay. I haven't decided what I'm doing with this part of the wedge, so I'm going to leave it be just for the moment. But yeah, it's all in the name of making the snake garden a bit more of a garden. And you know, I've decided that I like having this gigantic tree in here. So I'm going to keep it. I should definitely plant something under it, though. This is very large and empty. I wonder if this would be a good situation for the pigwort. Oh, sorry, pig face. I think I'd want to mix something else in. But if I convert this to mostly dirt, I think if I use a combination of the leaf sections and the flower bits, yeah, let's try that. Give me some soil. Because the pig looks better on soil-ish than it does on grass-ish. So we want to just sort of dirt this up. I want to try and leave like grass around the outer edges so that the path doesn't begin to look really weird. Which is why I'm attempting to stroke away from the path. Okay, like that. If I'm swinging the camera around too fast, please let me know. Also, did I accidentally... No, I still have it on. It's just the tree is causing some weird shadows. Alright. What's the biggest one? When doing planting stuff, random rotation and changing around will always be your friend. So here I've been switching between 2 and 3 just to get some variation. And then we use the smaller one to fill the outside edges. And then we just sort of mix the flowers in. try to keep the clumps from standing alone too much. Whoop, no, not on the roof of the snake, no. Like that. Yeah, I do think that it probably needs another plant. The question is, what other plant? Something low-lying. None of these are the right one. This is not a good, this is not the correct filter to be using. Okay, I'm gonna eyeball it. Maybe, like, not one of the other flowering things, but maybe I want to be looking at, like, say, some bracken. No, the bearberry bush is definitely not right. The bluegrass isn't right. But, like, if I take some bracken... Let me just pop that down and see if that works for me mentally. We're just gonna fluff up the pig face a little. Going to fake some volume with the bracken. That's the thing, especially when you're working outside of habitats, never fear mixing plants. Like, mixing plants that come from completely different regions, different areas of the world, do not fear it. You never know what effect it's going to have until you try it. And sometimes it'll end up looking really special. I mean, if you are going for an authentic look as well, some plants can very easily be made to look like other plants just by adding something else to them. Like this bracken here, despite being, let's see here, a temperate plant, can be made to appear to be a tropical fern just by what you surround it with. In habitat, you have to be very careful about what plants you use, because the animals will sure notice if you're using something that is non-regional. But the humans are a lot less choosy when it comes to this stuff. I need a smaller... Yeah, that's a smaller bracken. That'll do nicely, thank you. Yeah. Experiment always. Try things. You'll probably end up with something very unexpected that you're like, oh wow. And when planting, always remember to change the height of your sticky up things. Nothing ever grows to be exactly the same height. Like, you can get away with it with some grasses because people like trim grasses, but who trims a fern to be a certain height? Only crazy people trim ferns to be a certain height. And they don't even succeed very well because then they're not pointy. There we go. That's starting to look right. I want to shove this in here because this section looks a little naked. Yeah. There we go. I am liking that. Yeah. One section at a time. One section at a time, the snake garden becomes an actual garden instead of a grass. This definitely needs a tree. The main question is, like, what tree can I put there that's not going to be completely overpowered by this one? That is the question. And it also means that, like, because I put this giant tree here, I can't put a tree here, and I definitely shouldn't put a tree here. But here really kind of needs a tree. What tree? I don't know. I try to do the snake garden a little bit at a time so that it doesn't all end up looking the same. And also, I'm trying to decide whether to use just plants to cover my ramp holes over here, or whether I should use the panels. And I think if I'm going to be using a loose thing like this over here, I should use the panels for this section. So why don't I just like put the panels in here? Rotate this like this. Shove it in here. Basically bring it to grass level. Yeah, that'll do. Oh, I've still got random rotation on. Not a bad thing. Actually, not an entirely unhelpful thing for this particular hole. It's very weird shaped. There. Just nudge this one this away so that it does actually fill in the hole. There. Because I decided that I was going to use the dragon blood tree here to take care of this area. Although there will have to be something like, if I want to use the short mushroom here, I may have to use something other. Maybe if I just move the short mushroom over here. And also, if I'm going to be using the grass panels, then I need to cut the grass here. Because the long grass looks really weird with the panels. There. Now, I do like using the dragon blood trees as really gigantic bushes. But it must be admitted that sometimes it can be a little bit of a pain because they do look a little weird when you overlap them. Not anything insurmountable, but a little odd. lo, the hole is covered. I do think we need an actual tree, like a tree being a tree, in the middle of this. Just because otherwise this ends up looking a little weird. It just becomes a question of what tree. Something that won't get overpowered, but also something that's not too huge. That's not substantial enough. No. It looks really weird with the spikies. This is getting way too fluffy. The cork oak might do it. If I take this and put it over here... How far off the ground am I here? I can't even tell. No, I think the cork oak is actually the wrong color. Blast, and after I went through all the trouble to place that second tree too. But you... I think you will actually live in the snake garden pretty well if I just put you in a different spot, like say over here. Wait a minute, is this also a cork oak? It is! Great minds, i.e. mine. But you know, if I bend them in different directions, I think it'll work. So if I just spin this baby a little... so that it's pointing in a slightly different direction. Yeah. But that means I'm still trying to find a tree to go in here. Here, tree. Here, tree. Here, tree, 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 tree. the cork woods are so tiny, so they're not gonna do. The dragon blood is exactly what I used here, so that's going to end up looking real weird if I use it as the tree. An elm, maybe? I am not sure if this works for me. Yeah, I think that might be too much tree. We're gonna skip the spruces. Bamboo definitely isn't gonna work here. That's going back to being too much fluff. There's the ghost gum, which... We bring this here. And bring it down. So it ends up looking like multiple trees. Yeah. Like that. I am liking that. I am definitely liking that. Although, first of all, gotta turn off the climbing. But also, I'm thinking move the whole conglomeration inward. Yeah, like that. Okay, also you. Do you have climbing? No, you don't. Okay. Okay. I like that. I don't know, there's something about those really pale trunks rising out of the green spikes. I kind of like how that looks. Yeah. So yes, a little bit at a time, I am filling in the snake garden. Hopefully not with too many trees, because trees tend to dominate. And I also want to have other plants. But like, that looks very interesting, the giant rhubarb with the... What was this again? A climbing enabled ombu tree. I see. Okay, well, climbing is no longer enabled. I'm gonna have to recheck everything for climbing, aren't I? Everything that I have just put in today, Okay, that one is climbing disabled. Disable climbing on that. These all I disabled climbing on before I put them in. The bigger... Where's the big tree? Okay, yeah, the big tree is disabled. Because that's one thing. If you want to save your frame rates and your processing power, is to remember to turn off climbing on anything that isn't like being actively climbed on. So like any tree that would normally be allowed climbing, you just turn that off if it's outside of a habitat of a climbing creature. Or if it, you turn it off even if it's in the habitat of a creature that doesn't climb. Because the thing is that because everything is always running, the computer is constantly being asked to calculate climbing paths and walking paths for everything and everybody. So even when the trees or the pieces of wood or what have you are outside of habitats, it's still calculating whether or not an animal could climb them all the time. So you want to have climbing disabled on everything unless it's in the habitat of an animal that's going to be climbing it. So none of the climbing is disabled in here with my beautiful red pandas. In here, the climbing is turned on because it's fine if there is constant calculation about whether or not the red pandas can climb on it, because they're actually going to be climbing. Whee! But out here, no animal is ever going to be climbing this ombu tree. There is no animal that's going to be reaching this ombu tree and being like, yes, I'm going to climb that. So there's no reason to be calculating climbing paths for this. So we turn it off. And the same with little pieces of wood. If you happen to use a piece of wood that can be climbed upon, turn that climbing off. You don't want it, you don't need it. One moment while I turn on... Oh, angle snap doesn't work here, huh? Okay. Well, fake it until you make it. I don't want to build a fence here. I didn't want to build a fence along the train track here, so I've just, we're gonna use this hedge. Which, as long as I don't put a habitat gate in it, will never decay. You know what, I'm gonna take this and put one here and one here. Now I also wanted to put down some benches in the snake garden, so I just happened to be in the appropriate place for that, to be looking at that. So the question is, what suits in here? We have the African bench, which is definitely not the right selection. We have this other African bench, which is also not quite right, but closer. I love how the aquatic benches are recolorable, but I hate how they don't have backs, and I don't want to, like, draw backs or build backs on everything. The Arctic benches... You know what, let's, you know, since I used the Arctic wood for the uprights, this might actually do. Okay, yes, I can recolor the cloth. Yeah, let's use these. I'm just gonna pop that down there. This is not a place where it's going to live, but it is going to give me colors. Yeah, let's go with the dark foresty green there. And I've been using a lot of oranges in my zoo. It's the legacy of having started it as a Halloween zoo. I don't really want this to look Christmas, so I think I might need to adjust the green. I kind of want to keep the white, but let's muck around with the green a little. More like that. Guys, your timing is terrible. But this is exactly why I'm putting benches in the zoo. Like in the snake garden. The snake garden is so big. Actually, you know what? I will just leave that there. Now, question is where to put the various benches. We don't want to be too predictable. But we do want to have like a few benches scattered around inside here. Because this is a very large place and it can be very tiring. Oh wait, I already put a bench there. Well, you know what? A second bench there is not a problem now that I look at it. That actually looks alright. Now there are a couple benches in here. Interesting that I can't put a bench here. I think that should be enough. They're already seeing use. Look at that. The people are practically lining up to use them. Admittedly, I don't have any other seating around this area. I might want to put in a seating area somewhere around here. Maybe in here? Like, I've got a seating zone over here, which I unfortunately made the path too long for, so not a lot of people use it. Plus, they don't have a lot of reason to come this way. Oh. Actually, did I ever give you guys bedding? Oh. I never actually gave my wolves bedding. I'm a terrible person. One moment while I rectify my mistakes. Put a couple there. Put a couple here. And they seem to like sleeping here, so we'll just slide some under them here as well. There we go. Okay, my terrible neglect has been, let's see. You can get a good view of the Timberwolves. I suppose the view from here is fine. Yeah. But yeah, that's rest for the Timberwolves. Let's see, the area of negativity from this, how big is it here? I do like this. demand a T-junction. Like that. Oh, there's that hideous hole again. Just sort of gently cut the grass through here so that it's not sticking up in odd places. Pop in some grass panels. Doing absolutely horrifying things to the staff path here. Weird. Just not going to think about it too hard. I am resolved not to think about it. Actually, wait. Let's just... What is happening here? Okay, let's do this again. Except this time without floating it. And force it into a T-junction. Look, Ma, no holes! Okay, but what I am going to do is railing on ground path here. I don't love that railing, but it'll do. Okay. duplicate this over here. If I move this like over here, then I can fit another one in like here. There. So that gives people a little seating area around here. Whoop, no, not there. I want the lamp. Thank you. Put that there. Put these here. I was putting down lamps to show off the awesomeness of my bridges. Although I'm not going to put one on that side. I don't light my zoo enough. That's pretty much a given. But yeah, that's a smaller area that I now have to put plants in. And it gives some seating for folks. Generally speaking, this is how I prefer to do seating areas. Like, rather than putting benches along the actual paths, I like to make a little offshoot with a bunch of benches in it. They never get fully used, but if even a couple of the benches in there get used, I'm happy. Like, doing like this, I don't always love. But yeah, people are definitely stopping and absorbing the advertising from my snake garden sign, which is definitely way too bright, but It was a lot darker when I made the sign. But yeah, this lady like absorbed it real good. I remember seeing staff when I was younger. What a nice memorial. Oh, I used a memorial as a staff sign, and I probably shouldn't have, but we also get some pretty funny things sometimes with that. Wow, Erlinda here likes everything. How are people feeling in general about the zoo? Hold on a moment. Guest happiness has remained on a pretty steady level for some time. Let's see. The people are thirsty. We've been doing something about the energy, so we're probably in a better place than we were. Let's see. They love the scenery. They want to ride the train. This person really needed the bathroom. I have been putting bathrooms everywhere. What is the problem? We have 76% coverage of bathrooms. Why was that person... But yeah, the people appear to be very happy. Do have to do something about energy and thirst. Thirst is one of the main problems in all zoos. The people are always so thirsty. You can never have enough drink stands. Ooh, they're buying hats! What hats are they gonna get? Come on. Are they all? Yep, they all got hats. Oh boy. Let's see here. We've got a couple of zebras, a couple of reindeer, a rhino, and a snow leopard. None of which are available in this zoo. Oh well. It's fine. But yeah, if I go for an overview... The general guest happiness is looking pretty good. We do have some people who are in the red, though. Excuse me, entire group of unhappy people. Why are you unhappy? You're super, super thirsty. Hold on. You're really thirsty. You're super thirsty. Oh, this is a thirst problem. They're unhappy because they're super thirsty. I do wish that there were pockets of thirst instead of scattered thirst. I do have a plan to put in a couple of drink places like here. Maybe I should just pop one down temporarily until I actually get to that construction. There's not really much that I can do for these folks over here. Like, the big food court is right here, so they could easily go here, but... Energy... I do need some benches around here somewhere, but, energy isn't looking half bad. Hunger... Yeah, the thing that bugs me is that there's a food court right here. Food, drink, places to sit. Why are these folks looking at the saltwater crocodiles instead of going for a nosh and a drink? Toilet needs. Once again, I wish I had a pocket instead of a scatter. Scatters are so much harder to address. And education, it's mostly clustered around the entrance. It will eventually take care of itself. Okay, so I do have plans for getting a drink stand in here, but I think I'm going to pop one in temporarily, like right here, as a semi-stopgap. Okay, guest facilities, drink stalls. I think I'm just gonna slam down a pre-built. That will definitely remind me to replace it. So, I don't really want to put down a gulpy soda, though. I need a shell. I need a shell that I don't hate. Like one of these. Like that. And then like this. Okay, work zones. I'm just gonna add this to the main vendor group. It's a little, actually it's a little far. Maybe not main. Do I have a vendor group south? I do. We'll add it to the south vendor group. And then inside. Hi, Koi. You work for vendor group south now. Why do those folks think they're trapped? And put that there. Okay, the question is, I've put this in here now and everything. Is anybody going to visit it? Hooray! Not only are people visiting, they are in line. There's a line. So those super thirsty people there are eventually going to get in line. Yeah, there we go. because we do have a, like, unfortunately that, like, these folks are like super thirsty. I wonder, should I like build them something by the station here? Oh, right. This is the area where the path is all wonky. I'ma do it anyway. Shift this over here like this. Okay, give me a second here. Turn on angle snap. Turn off random rotation. This is gonna be irksome. because of the fence I chose, I'm a little hamstrung here. This would be the spot, but this is where the path is all wonky as well. What if... What if instead at the wonky path section I do it here? Lined up that way. Lined up close enough that way. Whoop. Tried to fix it, made it worse. There. Let go of the fence. I want this plant. Okay, okay. Now I just need a shell. Actually, come to think of it, what is the fence made of? Twilight door panel. Twilight Gothic iron. It's okay, it's all Twilight. Twilight door panel, though. Oh, it's recolorable. Well, copy that. There isn't a twilight wood... There isn't a twilight wood wall. But I think that the Arctic might... Oh, it's not quite dark enough. This might be a matter of close enough, though. This is not a matter of close enough. Oh dear. Plan C? We go down to the stained wood. We change its color. Good enough. Close enough for pictures, as they say. Like that, like this. Like that. That just don't look right. It's the right color, but it's just wrong. Oh no, that's terrible. Definitely not. No. 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 You know what? We're just gonna go without an awning here. Very basic, very simple. Very, I don't want to deal with this anymore. I'm gonna try and make it sorta match the counter. I wish I could adjust the kerning on these things. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna keep the Noto Sans. I'm tired. Okay. And then zoo, work zone. Vendor group main. Add that to it. And then the person inside. Hi, Fatima. You work for vendor group main now. Okay, text color needs to be a little yellower. Outline needs to be like green, like the inside. That doesn't look a lot better, but it makes me feel like I actually planned this. And look at the line already. So many thirsty people. I would have preferred to have the line coming off of here because there's a lot less traffic through here than there is through here. But obviously this was very necessary. I did have a lot of thirsty people, like, right around this area, so this should make things better? Question mark. People are still taking the train. Excellent. And I didn't have to adjust too much to put this in here, at least. Thankfully, I had the open space to use. Hello. You... Wait a minute, wait a minute. You are in desperate need of a toilet, and I have nothing for you here. Well, I can't fit a toilet in here the way that I could a drink stand. That's a pity. Desperately needs the toilet, but heading to Hot Dog Squad. I am still not putting down enough benches in this zoo. I mean, there's a whole bunch of benches in here, but nobody seems to ever use them. Maybe it's the flickering of the walls? I know that bugs me. Okay, this should hopefully even out the thirst needs a bit. Or at least it should do something for the super, super thirsty people in this area of the zoo. I mean, I could put in another, like, drink stand on the other side, but I don't really wanna. These folks are running for the drink stand, right? Running to get in line, right? Yes. Hopefully putting in those couple more drink places will even things out around here. I'm confused why so many people are arriving thirsty. That's weird. But that is part of why I put the giant food court in here. Like these people, where are they heading? Hot Dog Squad. Grizzly Bear. Pip Shot Water. But yeah, the way that I'm intending to build this enclosure right here, there will be room to put a shop in to the wall of the enclosure. It's going to be cool. But until I get around to building that, this will do nicely. It's already doing nicely. The water stands do seem to be popular. Okay, back to the eastern region of the zoo and my eternally unfinished things. Question is, what to work on next? I could continue working on the snake garden. I could fill in this stuff with the grass around the African dogs. I could do something around the wolverines. How are your plant needs? That's terrain. Okay, so you still have room for more plants, but it's going to be difficult to make your plants work. But I'm going to have to because this grass is just no. The African wild dogs or the wolverines? That's the question. Like this, I think I'm going to mostly fill in with rocks and then a little bit of plant. Possibly some more of this wild hedgerow that I'm using as a border here. Well, possibly the wolverines next. I've been ignoring them for quite some time. Yeah. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take my break here. And when I come back from my break, these are tiger rocks, right? Yeah, those are tiger rocks. Okay. When I come back, I'm going to work on filling out this section here with these tiger rocks and a little bit of plant life to make it look nice, and hopefully figuring out something to put in this slice of land right here. And maybe here. Although this is going to be more complicated because it's right up against the wild dogs. But I will work that out. I will work it out. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the people who are very unsafely running around in the zoo like that. I'm going to manually save for the first time tonight. Like that. And this is where I will take my break. So I'm going to be refilling my drink. I will have a quick bio break and a quick stretch, and I will be back in just a few minutes. Hello, I have returned, and that means it's time to get to more decorating in this zoo, because this zoo, it desperately needs decorating. Oh my goodness. There's so much I've just left empty for later. Later has come. Later is here. So, nature, rocks, filter for biome taiga, oh, I should probably turn random rotation back on. This is not the right rock to start with, though. That's too big. That is also too big. I'm feeling this rock. Trying to just get this front area filled in. Without pushing out into the actual path too far. Like that. Oh, I knew there was a reason I liked this rock. Like that, like this. There we go. I think that's the whole... Oh, nope, missed a spot. Okay. I love my wandering educators. I adore their ridiculous butts. Okay, that's not gonna work there. But I bet I can make it work over here. Whoop! I'm not sure that this is the right rock to be filling in the behind part. Something weird's going on there. It might be that I've got too much of an angle going on with this rock. Okay, let's try a different rock. Maybe one that doesn't have quite so sharp. I'm not entirely certain this one's better. Although it is doing fairly well for this weird curve. doesn't work quite so well for this weird curve, interestingly enough. Alright. Like, I can make various of these rocks sorta work, but I can't make them work all the time. I'm going to basically force this rock to work one way or another. hardest part about rock work is the rocks. Do like this. Oh. Well, why are you so big? This is the sort of thing you can never get away with in a real zoo, because somebody would try climbing over it, break their ankle, sue the zoo. But in Planet Zoo, The guests never break their ankle. And I'm not playing in hard, so they also don't demand their money back. Alright, let's bring you over here to where there's this weird patch of grass. Oh, oops, I've still got a weird patch of grass here and there. Let's see. This, like that, like that. Nice, looking nice. Okay, I think our good friend the bracken needs to come back again. Not that one. Nope. Closer. Not quite. There we go. Okay. Bring in some of the hedgerow. Hedgerow? Bring in some of this stuff to help tie in over there, and also to give us more smattering of greenery. like that. A little bit here. There. And then just to be sure that things don't look too weird, just in case I do have any grass sticking out somewhere strange that I hadn't noticed yet. Terrain painting hides a multitude of sins. There. Well, I am quite pleased with that, actually. Although possibly I should have put some plants along the front. No, no. Now, I feel like I should put a tree or two here. Let's take this Douglas fir. Put that there. Huh. Put a bunch of these in here. Just sort of like a buffer zone. And let's see. Can be hard to get these sort of things to work on a slope. Also, this is huge. No, I don't actually like that. Move that. Well, it looks good from a distance. Doesn't look quite as good from close up, unfortunately. So instead, I'm just gonna fill this. Like this. Why is that janitor wandering around humming the Jaws theme to themselves? Possibly I should be doing this with a bigger bush. But it's fine. Putting plants on slopes is hard. Needs another tree. Needs another tree like right here. And here. But definitely right here. Apple tree? Oh, much too small. We need something that respects the Douglas fir's time. That's what we need. Let's see here. Bald cypress, definitely not. All the disrespect. So much disrespect. Cabbage tree? Oh, yeah, definitely not that. No. Wait, that taiga forest was really... Okay, that's too big. You know, I'm put that there, but it's not the right tree for here. Common yew. We're just a little too fluffy. They're just a little too fluffy. I do like the yew trees. Cork oak. Not quite the right tree. Cork wood, entirely too small. Oh, they're all too small or too big. It's getting really annoying. The bloodwood stands out too much. I don't want to put in another Douglas fir. I want something else. Something distinctively something else. I like the ginkgo trees, but this is definitely not the place for a ginkgo tree. I think the Himalayan pine might be overdoing it. So might the holly. There are smaller hollies, but once again, we're getting very fluffy. You don't really want to put a really fluffy tree into a whole bunch of bushes like what I just put down there. There's more of that hookthorn acacia. Once again, trees I do rather like. Very attractive trees. Actually, you know what? Let's take this over here. Put that there. Let's see. Kapok is entirely too big. Korean pine, once again we're getting into that super fluffy territory. Doesn't really look right with the trees that I have going on inside though, as well. London Plain? No. These these are trees that are too big again. Mangrove apple? No. Manzanita bush is, yeah, that's not right either. Marula? Not a bad tree. Might not be the right tree for this, though. Once again, kind of like it, so I'm just going to pop it down there. Yeah, it's like super fluffy. Model rock. I have words, but I can't say them. There's the monkey puzzle, which I think might be a bit much. Yeah, it's entirely a bit much. There's the Mapingo, which has lovely, distinctive, beautiful bark, but it's also a very large tree. Olive trees, whoops. Not quite what I'm going for here. Ombus are really big. Polypsis. They're a little small, otherwise they would be perfect, you know? Ponderosa pine. Quaking aspen. Like, if I were to... No, that doesn't quite work, does it? No, no. Rainbow eucalyptus. Also a very nice tree. Way too much tree for this spot. I could put in another sausage tree, perhaps. No, maybe not. Scots pine, too much tree. Silky oak. Little bit more tree than what I want here. Are they coming in any smaller? No. Little too much tree. Strangler fig. No. Stringy wood eucalyptus. Oh boy, that's a very large tree. Let's not. Sugar maple. That's a little small. The next one was too big. This one is also not right. Sycamore maple? Yeah, the sycamore maple has definite promise. I like this, but not for this spot. Weeping Willow is also definitely not for this spot. Yellow cedar, just a bit too much. Okay, let's go back to the sycamore maple. Because I think that's the tree. Bring it in here and out here. Sink it just a little. Yeah. It interacts weirdly with this one now though, so... Oh, and that has climbing enabled. Okay, turn the climbing off. Oh no, a bunch of the trees I put in have climbing enabled. Okay, common yew is not climbable. What about you? Yeah, disable your climbing too. Actually, take you away. Take this. Whoop! Put that there instead. This is the main problem with using trees. Trees are climbable. Okay, you guys, can you perceive this tree over here? Nope. Okay, perfect. My wolverines are making some really weird sounds. that is looking a lot better. I mean, I'm still putting off working on the lake because, man, that is going to be so time consuming and annoying, but okay, now you guys. Hello. Let's see here. Africa, grassland, desert. Anything that might touch them, we want to make sure is the right thing. So, what do I have that I can use as filler? I could use the Bedalia. It's a pity I don't have any big patches of Bedalia. Like, I do have these from the Steam Workshop, but they're rather awkward to work with, so... any particularly large areas, let's just fill in with this very fluffy bush. I wish that there was a way that I could tell it, you know, show me anything but a tree, please. I'm not thrilled about using the elephant grass. I could use the King Protea, but the line just isn't thick enough. And the clumps are entirely wrong. Nettles? Not thrilled about using nettles either. I could get away with using just straight up hedge, but I really don't want to do that. Okay. Gonna have to be the hedge. And not the fancy hedge either. weird ass slopes strike again. Like that. When you have a slope but you want to use a strip, your best thing to do is to like stair step your way up it rather than to try and tilt the strip to it. The problem with tilting the strip is that then your plants end up facing in very weird directions, very unnatural directions. So it's better to work your way upward with extra layers. Than to try and tilt. Especially when you've got like a really steep slope like what I had there. Like that. Never ever be afraid to layer your plants. Gonna have to figure out something else for this spot, but and for this spot. Now this spot I'm not restrained the way that I am over here. Over here there's a chance it will touch the habitat, but around the sign there, nothing's going to touch the habitat. Where are those big silvery bushes that I planted earlier? What were they? Although it does amuse me to possibly put some dog rows. Dog rows for the doggos. Needs a bit of something something, but that's nearly done, that spot. Now, where was I? I was trying to... Where are those big silvery bushes that I used before? Ah, there they are, hawthorn. They kind of overpower the tree because they're so big. So the question is, do I... You know what? I move the tree. Where do I move the tree becomes the question, however. And rotate it so that it definitely does not touch the habitat. And then back to the hawthorn. Because I rather like the idea of using... That's the small one. Those are the big ones. coming down a hill here, so I have to remember to shrink as I go. And fill in holes. Oh, that is emphatically sticking in. That's still sticking in, but not quite so emphatically. I still need something that goes like along here, because this looks a little weird. I think this is the way to go, but this is not the right one. I need a smaller one. Yeah. Yeah, that looks a lot better. That looks massive amounts better. Like that. Whoops. Not like that. Not like that. Never like that. Okay, now we double check. Where's one of my dogs? Hello. Hello, pupper. Okay, do you perceive anything that stresses you out? Not at all. Perfect. And I'm gonna use this to find my wolverines, because they are constantly hiding from me. Hey, Patrick. How are you feeling about the plant coverage? You perceiving anything that stresses you? Oh, so you do. We'll remove that. Perfect. Oh, and you have 69% coverage. Is that not perfect? I think that's perfect. That's so perfect, I'm taking a screenshot of it. There we go. Okay. Patrick Swayze is remarkably helpful. You know what? Let's mix these Nataria roses. Nitraria in with the dog roses. And give them that little something something that was missing. I didn't leave any room for them on the other side, but you know, I don't remember ever using these Nitraria roses before. Oh, these aren't roses. Nitraria retusas. I rather like them. Let me pop this down somewhere in the snake garden so I can use it again. It needs a relatively small area. If I try to do a big area with these, it's gonna look real bad. Rawr to you too. I think like this spot is really quite small. Although I'm thinking that maybe I'll be filling it with those. But I could like front row these. They're very similar looking, so it makes a good fill underneath. Alright, I'm gonna pop one down here. And what's a really small area? Like, this is a fairly small area here. Rawr. I don't think that snakes go rawr, but I do love that the tour guides keep rawring. You know what? I'm gonna pop one down here as well because of the same thing with the bushes. Yeah, let's do it that way, reminder-wise. Wandering educators. Nothing beats a good wandering educator. You don't even need animal talks. Just tours and wanderers, honestly. It's different if you're in hard mode, but in medium, which is where I'm playing, animal talks are a waste. Okay, we are starting to look better and better around here. The African wild dogs, I have filled in the funky looking grass. I'm not so sure about this bush, to be honest. But, like, if I bring this in here and sink it a little, maybe? Oh, that's actually much better. This area still needs to be worked on, but I really need to build this habitat before I can really go out this way. I don't really want to start building that habitat tonight, though. It's already very late, and I don't want to start another big go-round. Oh. I left a hole. Let me shove an Etaria into it, maybe? Nope, that definitely doesn't work. Let's take a dog rose, push it down a little, put it in there. Okay, that feels better. Okay. Things are feeling a bit better. The snake garden still needs a bunch of work. The lake still needs an incredible amount of work. Like, I can't work on this area until I do something about the lake. I really need to do something about the lake. Future foxwine problems. The lake's a really big project. I do not want to get started on it right now. Maybe I find another section here in the snake garden. Like, this area should be pretty easy because mostly it's just expanding these bushes out this way and then finding something to do in front of them. So turn off random rotation again. Did I turn angle snap back on? I did not. Good. Good. Thank you, me. You're welcome, me. Let me just... the approximate line that I want to work with. Like that. Fill, 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 fill. I'm not so sure that this is going to do here. I'm gonna move this over here. Because actually, yeah, that looks right there. That looks proper there. That's correct. Now, what do I do with this? You know, if Gilder roses were a different color than white, I would totally put some Gilder rose in here because they are just gigantic flowering bushes. It's quite spectacular. But unfortunately they're white, and with these being all silvery, I don't really want to use a white flower against them. And they totally overpower the apple tree. Not that I really want to put a tree in here, so... hydrangeas are just too cultivated for this quote-unquote garden. Maybe I should have put a toilet in the food court over there. Oh well, way too late now. I think I want a bush. But I also want flowers. Like, once again, these Bedalias are gorgeous. They're from the workshop. I'm just trying to lift them high enough that we can actually look at them. Like, these are gorgeous. But because they're in a habitat, they're a little difficult to work with. I would have preferred that each bush be a group, but this, they're just really hard to work with. I could put in a cherry blossom tree, but I think it might be too cute. It also doesn't match with anything else in the garden, which is a bit of an issue. But it would be nice to have something colorful to put here. Something that's not a tree. Like, I do like these, but they're like for under something. I've got to stop pulling up trees. A tree is not the right thing here. She said, pulling up another tree, and another tree, and another tree. once again, if they weren't white... They're the fairy fans, but I worry that they won't... Yeah, they just don't look right with the bush. I need something with a little more emphasis. That's an interesting look. But they are visibly floating. Stop pulling up trees, woman. Bamboo is not the right way to go with this either. I don't think putting in another giant rhubarb is going to be... No, that just looks so weird. That looks way too weird. No, I don't think goldenrod is quite right here either. Like I said, I'd use the Gilder roses because they're kind of spectacular and just about the right shape, but I don't want to use white flowers against the silver bushes. It just doesn't look right. That is definitely not right. Hostas ain't right either. Hydrangeas just look so cultivated to me. I don't know why the hydrangeas look cultivated, but the Gilder Rose does not. Japanese maple, which is yet another tree, but you can make them a bush. But if you want a bush this color, then using the Virginia creeper actually works a lot better than using the maple trees. No, that's not quite right either. It's definitely an interesting look, but it's definitely not the right look. And this is back to their white flowers. Unchangeably white flowers. I've really backed myself into a corner with these bushes. There's the nettles, of course, but we lack flowers on those. I mean, there's always the Nataria retusa, but I might as well just use all the hawthorns if I'm going to use those. there's periwinkle, but that's going a little too flat. Although it does make a good base for other things. Plumeria is too much of a color change too suddenly. Red oatgrass. No, not really. There's the sagebrush. Which, gorgeous, but just not the statement I'm looking for. I don't know what statement I'm looking for. I just don't know. Maybe I just use hydrangeas because they're not white. I think maybe I just use the hydrangeas because they're not white. It's a little disappointing. There aren't enough bushes, and there definitely aren't enough flowering bushes in this game. Actually, come to think of it, the kingfisher. No, if I combine that with the periwinkle, that still looks weird. I don't think they're the right flower against these particular bushes anyway, but... King Fern! Deserves the title, my goodness. Let's see, that's 1. That's 2. That's 3. I don't really like it. That doesn't feel right. I just don't like it. just making this, well, I'm just bulking this particular bush out a little. I don't know why that feels better than the hydrangeas. I really don't, but it does. Let's see here. P is for periwinkle. Why do I not have a smaller amount of periwinkle leaves? Well, I know because I've helped grow periwinkle before, so I actually know the answer to that. But you know, I have this corner I would really like to fill in. Guys, get out of my way. Yeah, okay, I'm vibing with this. We just use the periwinkle to sort of like that, and then the edges of the path just magically look better. Okay, yeah, I'm vibing with this. I like this. Let's see. Okay, well, I was talking about... Whoop. I needed a tree over here. Not that tree. And definitely not that tree. Not that tree either, but a tree. So, let's see if I can find a tree. Aleppo pine. Definitely not correct. We already know the apple trees are too small. The Aquilaria just does not work in this area. Bald cypress is too much tree for this zone. Baobab is also too much tree. You know, if there were a size of beech tree between this one and this one, it would probably be perfect, but there isn't. Why is that? Why is that a perfect hexagon? Okay, let's see. Black poplar. I don't think that's quite right either. Although that does get closer. There's the black spruce. It makes me a little bit sad that there isn't a blue spruce in this game. I grew up with a blue spruce. They're very handsome trees. Brazil nut tree is entirely too much tree for this area of the zoo. Or possibly any area of this zoo. Brazil nut trees are kind of terrifying. I'll show you. This is the small one. We don't want a palm tree. The candelabra tree looks awesome, but does not fit in with the other trees that we have in here already. Cricopia is, I don't know, compared to the other trees around it, it ends up looking unhealthy even though it's not. We're not putting a cherry tree in or a mangrove. We do have a common ash, which might do. The O1 of the common ash might do, so I'm just going to pop it over here as a possibility. Don't worry about the people walking through it, it'll be fine. There's the common yew. They're good as space filler trees, but I'm fairly certain that this is a yew over here. And I don't want to repeat myself too much. I do kind of like this one though. I'm gonna pop that down here as a possibility. There's the cork oak, which I've already used in the garden in multiple places. The cork wood tree is a very cute tree. Definitely not what I'm looking for here. Although it is a very special looking tree. Maybe I can use it somewhere else? Somewhere where a bush won't completely overwhelm it. Like over here. There's the custard apple tree. These are another one that I like to use as a bush. They make really excellent bushes. Very big bushes, but just very bush-shaped bushes. Not the cypress. The Dahurian larch. I probably didn't pronounce that right. I don't know. Compared to the other trees around, it looks a little dead. Just a little dead. Not entirely dead, but just... The desert bloodwood, an awesome looking tree that doesn't belong here at all. Douglas fir. I don't think that's the right tree for here. Dragon's blood tree. Well, I almost never use them as trees, to be honest. Elm tree. No, definitely not the right tree. The festive spruce, lovely trees, useless for my purposes here. Fever trees, love them, once again, not good here. I do like the fig trees. I don't know that I can make this work here, though. I like how much coverage they give, though. Like, it just fills an area without being too terribly, terribly tall. Come to think of it, I have, like, a space over here that is fairly... Let's drop a fig tree in there. And also, let me check these trees that I've just put down in various places and make sure that they're not climbable. Always something that has to be checked every single time. Okay. Where was I? Oh yes. Mourning not being able to use a fig tree. The ghost gum... I don't think it's the right tree for this spot. They were great over in that other area of the garden, though. Giant red cedar lives up to its name, is not the right tree. Ginkgo? I do like the ginkgo trees. They're a little tricky to use because they tend to be so big. Beautiful, beautiful trees, though. In real life as well as in game. Himalayan pine, not the right tree for here. Nobody gardens Himalayan pines. Some people do garden holly trees, but I don't think a holly tree is quite the right thing in this spot. The hookthorn acacia again. I do like these. They're quite handsome trees. Very special looking. I admit to temptation. We'll just pop you down over here. Make sure you're not climbable. Japanese maple, definitely not the right tree. Kapok, glorious tree. Enough said. Oh wait, that's palm tree. Korean pine. Oh, I love the roundness of these. I don't know that this is the right tree for By the Witch's House, but I love the Korean pines. Yeah, I'm gonna take you away from the snake garden because you're not the right thing for the snake garden. Y'all aren't climbable, right? Right, okay. We're just gonna put you over there. This is how I decor, folks. I'm like, I'm gonna work on this area, and I end up putting plants everywhere but the spot I'm trying to put the plants in. London plane tree. Not quite the right tree for this spot, I think. Mangrove apple. Very special trees. Once again, probably not quite the right tree for here. But man, you want an individual looking tree. You pull a mangrove apple. Let's see, marula. I'm just not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. Monkey puzzle tree. Little too much tree for the spot. Pingo. Love the bark on these. Why are they so big? Probably not the right tree for here. There's the straight up oak tree, which I think they're going to be too much tree. Yeah, that is 100% too much tree. The olive trees are a little small, except for this one, which is, well, it's a very witchy tree. That must be admitted. It's a very witchy looking tree. Is it the right tree for this spot? Probably not. The ombu tree we already know is too large. The ponderosa pine is too large. The puya plant is too small. Quaking at... Why do I keep hearing like clicking and thumping? Like who's throwing things? But yeah, the quaking aspens are... I don't think it's the right tree for the spot. They're good for fill. They're excellent fill trees. Rainbow eucalyptus is a bit too much tree. Sausage trees, always fun, not the right tree. Scots pine, definitely not the right tree. Silky oak. I think maybe a little too much tree. Yeah, it's a lot too much tree. I'm starting to run out of alphabet here. There's the strangler figs, which look awesome, but probably isn't the right tree for here, alas. Frankincense, which is too small. Sugar maple, which isn't quite right for the place. Sycamore maple, which also isn't quite right for the place because that's the small one and then the next big one is too big. Tamarind definitely does not fit in here. They're pretty. I like using them, but umbrella thorn acacia. Oh yeah, these are the quintessential African trees here. Not the right tree for this spot, but weeping willow. They're all too much tree. There's the white birch, which is not enough tree. The wimba, which is way too much tree. There are certain circumstances under which the Wimba is awesome. This is not one of them. And the yellow ipe, which I prefer to use as bushes than trees. Okay, so I have 3 possibilities. Whoop. We have the hookthorn acacia, the common ash, and the common yew. Now I just want to double check. What is this tree again? That's another common yew tree. Okay. So I could argue myself thematically towards the common yew. And put one of the other trees in here. I think that might be the way to go. Like, what if I put the hookthorn in here and then put the yew in here? Like, take this and pop it in here. And then take this and pop it in here. This garden is ending up being a lot more trees than I thought I'd put in here, but I can't be mad at myself because it's actually looking pretty good. And you know what, we'll take the ash and put it here. I'm not sure about putting the ash and the hookthorn so close together. They're very similar trees. But... But yeah, I think the yew tree is correct. And then what I'll do is grow the grass. That. And then trim just a little so that the long grass is not growing out of the path. And you know what? We'll take these. And I'll just extend it down to the corner. Like this. I think I may need to bring them a little further this way. That's better. Okay, and then I'll grab the daisies. And we'll daisy it up in here. Stop trying to climb the tree. I've turned off climbing. Yeah. Okay, turn off that. Search up Daisy. Whoop. Not with a U. And stuff some of the small ones into the spaces. Like that? Question mark? Yeah. Okay. Oh, I need to trim the glass a little bit more. Like that. When the long grass comes through the path, it doesn't look right, so it needs to be pushed back. Like that. I am starting to feel pretty good about the snake garden, I've got to say. All the areas around the house, except for this one, are taken care of. This one, I don't really want to do the long grass and daisies thing because it's so large. I think I want to do something else with it. I just don't know what yet. Although I do have a dog rose bush just sitting here. But yeah. The snake garden is starting to feel like a garden. Although there's a lot more trees than I had originally envisioned. This is not a complaint, it's an observation. Also, I think I want to move this tree over here instead of having it so close to the house. Yeah. One section at a time, the snake garden becomes a garden. Still need to figure out what to do with various sections, like this one here, and this very strangely shaped one here. And whether or not to treat this as the same section as this, or whether to treat them separately. And this very weird shaped little object here, and of course everything across the train tracks. I've hardly touched anything across the train tracks. Although I might just extend these bushes all the way up to the pathway here to save myself a headache. Yeah, actually, let me just... I turned off random rotation and now I'm really glad. But yeah, if I extend this, excuse you, out to the corner. Like this. And then this here, I'll just take all of these and that and duplicate bring that out here. Like that. And fill and fill. And I do wish that the educators would stop giving talks on the stairs. That just seems really unsafe. Put this like this. And like use these little ones to fill along this edge. And it's all a little too repeaty. Oh. Pardon me while I move stuff around so that it doesn't look like it's pattern repeat, pattern repeat. Snakes don't roar! Okay, that looks a little better. Actually, that looks a whole bunch better. Still got a bit of lines things going on. Don't mind me while I try to break lines, but that's better. Not great, but better. It will never be great. I'm not gonna take the time to be perfect. Which is to go through and just adjust. Oh dear. I need this garbage can. It didn't select the garbage can. Oh no. No, no, not in front of the bench, game. Not in front of the bench. Never in front of the bench. There. Okay, now I haven't got the garbage bin buried in the bush. It would still work, but I put the cauldrons in here on purpose. I want to be able to see them. And I'm gonna bring this over here like this. It just makes me feel better. Okay, then this area becomes an area to fill. And this area becomes an area to fill. And they aren't a conjoined area to fill. That's much better. I'm not so sure about the corkwood tree. At least I'm not sure about using the corkwood tree in the snake garden. I'm just gonna make it go away. I'm not sure about using a tree in that strip at all, to be honest. I will need more trees over this end of the snake garden since I've got so many trees at the other end. But the eastern region is definitely making progress. I do need to take chunks of this forest over here and like extend it up this slope over here. That's a problem for future me because I'm gonna have to go through and upright every tree and it's gonna be such a nightmare. But yeah, the lake still needs to be done. The area in front and behind the castle still needs to be done because I can't really use the forest there. I really shouldn't be using the forest here if it weren't for the wolverines. Still a bit to be done around the front entrance, but the east region at least is starting to look good. Admittedly, African wild dogs is a giant empty space, but that's what they want. It makes them happy as animals, so it does feel very weird to have the huge empty space, but and we have the extremely weird blot that is the Arctic foxes. The habitat yet to be built. I am liking how this looks along here, but I want to put some habitats here, and I need to figure out something to do with this path. I hate dead-ending paths. About the only thing I could do would be to bring it along the train track and in here though. And I don't really want to do that. For one, I don't think I can build a bridge. I don't know what to do with this path. I may have to just like bring it along here and just circle it back on itself. I don't like having a path be the outside edge of the zoo, though. I prefer it to be either ride tracks or habitats. I really don't want this path to dead end. But I don't know what else to do with it. Like, there definitely isn't enough space to put in a bridge over here. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to loop it around. And like reattach it over here somewhere. Like before this bridge. I'm not loving that, but I'm locked in. So yeah, I think the idea would be to build something in here, and that'll give me my loop, and then build along the outside edge of that loop. Unless, could I bring it over and attach it into the snake garden? That's not ideal, but... One moment while we test some things. Like, I will slam it into the snake garden if I have to. And that would be better than making the big stupid loop that I was just talking about. Okay. Like if I... I can do it. It would be ugly, but I can do it, apparently. Unless... I'm gonna pause this for a moment. We're gonna remove these. Game, please stop trying to freak out. Wait a minute. Let's see. Flatten to foundation. Well, that's just weird. Wait a minute. I almost had it there for a moment. It's gonna make the path really wonky, but... Okay, if I do like this, and then come over here... Stop. Nope. You don't know what I'm trying to do, game. Just let me cook. Like this, and then... I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty weird. Is there a way of fixing this? This side isn't too bad. I can work with this side. This side is... What is even going on here? You know, I'd prefer stairs. But stairs do this really wonky thing. Okay, what if I ask you to only use T-junctions? Will you be prettier then? You will be a little prettier then. Okay. I'm working with it. I'm cooking. I'm working. Okay, how do I get the other side to slope now? Oh no. No, it's... Okay, turn off the T-junction. Oh, baby, I know you want to try. I know you want to try for me. Oh, what the heck was that? What is happening? Oh, wait. I think I've gotten something that's not hideous. Well, it's definitely weird. and I'm really not sure what's going on here, but this is not hideous. It's really weird, but it's not hideous. I mean, I can't put up a snake garden sign on this. It is impossible. But in the name of not dead-ending this path, this is the answer that I have. So I'll work with it. And because I refuse to live the nightmare that would be attempting to turn this into a bridge that I liked, I'm going to... let's see here. Railing on elevated, railing on ground path. Yes, thank you. Okay. And we're going to try to see what path supports look like here. They're usually just absolutely ugly, but we're gonna find out together. Oh, that ain't right. Oh no. Nope, that's okay, we're taking away the path supports, but we're leaving the railing. The railing gets to live. No path supports for you, sir. Okay, did I turn them all off again? Please say yes. Okay, I turned them all off again. I need to redo the dirt. Where did this grass come from, and why will it not go away? There. Okay. I will admit, I'm not in love with it, but as far as solutions for a problem that I caused myself, it's definitely the solution. The snake garden was so beautiful. Okay, and one more thing is that I need to get this path to reconnect somewhere, hopefully down here. I'm just gonna move this over here. Oh, I still have curb turned on. Okay, no railing, no railing. Bring it like this. Okay, let's force it to T-junction. Like that. Brand new hole to deal with. Okay, but this is connected on both sides. This path no longer dead ends. I'm still going to have to figure out some habitats that go in here, but that is a problem for future foxwine. Current foxwine, admittedly, would just like to despair over what's happening here. Everything was so beautiful and perfect. And then the Fire Nation attacked. Lady's gotta do what a lady's gotta do. I'm never going to like this, but I would have liked looping around and coming back to this bridge even less than what's happening here now. And at least this ramp connected without gouging out a giant hole, so at least there's that. Okay, let's unpause and let people repath their pathing. It shouldn't be too much of a calculation because everything that was connected before is still connected. Yep, there we go. Okay, everything seems to be fine. Thanks, me. I hate it so much. And I didn't break the train track. The ideal would have been if I could have made a bridge here, but I just don't have the space. I will never have the space. Oh well. I was thinking that I would put a restaurant in. I still think I'm going to put a restaurant in, and I think that this space might actually be the perfect space for a restaurant. I kind of wanted to put it here, but unfortunately it just wouldn't work there. That's why the fake opossum is there now. But yeah, there's definitely a couple more animals that are going in this area. I just don't know what they are yet. It's a problem for far future foxwine because near future foxwine still has more garden to garden. And I actually want, like, when I have the eastern area more filled out, I do want to move more towards the central area and start building up in here again, because there's a bunch of stuff that I need to build here so that I know where the end of this river goes. So, yeah. But yeah, we have more plants to put in. There needs to be something going on around this yew tree. There needs to be some plants around the African crested porcupine building. And right here. The snake garden needs to be gardened more. Speaking of, all that stuff I moved around, is it still in appropriate places? Let me double check. Okay, I moved the bench over there, but that's not a good spot for it, actually. Yeah, actually, let's put it here. This garbage can... I kind of want it here. And you know what? I'm going to take this mushroom and I'm going to put it here. No, wait, that's not right at all. No, we switched them. The garbage can goes here, and the mushroom goes here. Yeah, that feels more correct. I've made so much progress, and yet there's still so much to do. Also, I probably should have put some toilets in here, but, well, the space where the toilets should have gone has ATMs in it instead, which hopefully have been used. How do I tell? I can't tell. Oh. That one hasn't been used. And neither has that one. Is anyone using the ATMs? Should I replace the ATMs with bathrooms? I don't want to replace the ATMs with bathrooms, but it begs the question of whether or not anyone's using the ATMs. I don't think I had the setting that was, you know, all customers have infinite money, but nobody's using these ATMs either. Did I have the sandbox setting of people never run out of money? That's why nobody's using the ATMs. I set them to unlimited money. Well, I have no intention of turning that off. But it feels wrong to not install ATMs. I'd forgotten that I'd given my customers infinite money. Normally, customers leave the zoo when they run out of money. People are still leaving the zoo, but they only leave the zoo when they've seen everything. At the way that this is now, but it's, yeah. Like, this guy has spent $362.98 in the zoo so far. And most of that was in donations? Well, dang. I'm kind of impressed. But yeah, progress has definitely been made. I still have bridges that need cladding, but the snake garden bridges have been done. We're not going to talk about the new bridge. I'm going to have to build supports for it because having a floating bridge bothers me immensely. But future foxwine problems. Okay, and Ombu tree and snake garden stay or go. That definitely is staying, so I'll cross that off, and then I'm going to put on here support for snake garden, new bridge. I'll know which one I mean. It would be very difficult to forget which one I mean. But yeah. So, future Foxwine, filling in the snake garden some more. Going back here, building this habitat. I know what I'm putting in here, I just haven't told the rest of you. You know what, I'm leaving that the way it is. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, anybody. Especially not me. Once this habitat is built, then I can fill in this area. There is putting some forest in up here. Filling in around the African porcupine building. Finishing the lake. So much still to do. The question is, what is the first thing I'm going to do next time? You know, I didn't actually put any flowers in here, but I think I made the right choices for this seating area, now that I look at it. But yeah. And I did something about the massive, massive thirst in my zoo. Well, you know, let's have a look. Hold on a moment. Let's look here. Energy is still an issue. Hunger, thirst, and toilet are all in the green. Happiness is going real good. Are there anybody who has particular unhappiness? Want to go to the steam train? Zoo is great. Scenery. Grab the toilet box there. Steam train. Spacious. Toilet. Okay, so the only unhappiness right now is I need the bathroom. Do we have... These guys are in the place where the bathroom is. So, I put in a coffee shop over there, didn't I? Okay. Alright. You win, game. You win. I'm gonna move these for the moment. Facilities. Guest facilities. A toilet block. Add to this group. Oh, what is happening here? Why? What is that happening? Oh, I know what's happening. I know what's happening. One moment. We gotta take out that block of path. Let's try that again. Whoop. Line that up. Is it usable? Big question for the ages there. Yes. Yes, it is. Okay, let's mess around with some colors. The floor needs to be gray. Not quite that gray. Floor needs to be a yellow gray. Close enough. Tiles. Almost right, but not quite. I cannot get these to the right color. Yeah, okay. I am doing this the lazy way, yes. Yes, I could go in and clad it with the same stuff as what's going on here, but no. I'm being super lazy because I was forced into this against my will. So. I still want to have the ATMs, but I don't have anywhere to put them. I went to so much trouble to recolor those to match the walls. Oh well. There. I've solved the immediate problem. Which is mainly that Street Fox coffee makes people super need to use the bathroom. Appropriately enough. Okay, so now the bathroom needs over at that end are being taken care of. These folks are hopefully running for the bathroom that's right there. Maybe? Why'd you stop running, people? Do you not need to go anymore? Let's see. Is there any place else where there's a super pressing need? Okay, these guys are gonna make it to the bathroom. Come on, get in there. There you go. These guys are right near the bathroom that goes along with the Brats and Brews, so they'll be fine. Do I see any more red people who aren't just leaving the zoo anyway? Oh, the need. She is scattered. She's so scattered. How am I supposed to know where to put bathrooms? I think maybe I should keep in mind to put a bathroom down here somewhere. Because I do seem to have a cluster over here by the badgers. Not a very big one, but it's still an extant one. And it's the only real cluster that I can identify. There's these folks. There's a bathroom in this food court. There is a bathroom in this food court, so they'll be taken care of. Was this a coffee place? No, this is a milkshake place. I mean, I could still put a bathroom next to it. I think there's just enough space. I just don't want to. But there really isn't a bathroom anywhere near this area. Sigh. Okay, let's find out if there's enough room for a bathroom. I think there is, but it might be too close to this path on this side, but we're gonna find out together. Not enough room. Can't do it. Okay. Alright, where can I put a bathroom? Can I pop one in next to the Hat's Fantastic, perhaps? I can, apparently. Okay. That works. I can work with that. Like that. And put that there. And then duplicate it. Like that. Just gonna remove that. And that. And then what was this again? This was the horizontal wooden plank wall. Okay. Construction. Wall. Wood. Too many oohs. Okay, horizontal wooden plank wall. Okay, I need one of these. The main pity is that there's no column that matches this. So I'm just gonna have to go with this. Okay, like that. Okay, yep, like that. Don't mind me while I do stupidly finicky things. In the name of appearances. Okay, and... Oh, great, climbing. Wonderful. Okay, I will do something about that later. Line that up like that. Line that up like that. Bring this up here. Like this. Color editor. Floor. Close enough. Tiles. Also close enough. Wall. That'll do. Okay, then duplicate. Ta-da! And then turn off climbing for the whole group. And we have a bathroom in this region of the zoo. Okay, there's a whole bunch of people who are yellow right over there, but there's a bathroom right over there, so that's perfect. We also have some folks who are red, but they're going through the bathroom right now. Yeah, I'm not sure where this whole clump of super thirsty people came from, but there's actually a line for the bathroom now. Dang. Okay. So I only see red people who are apparently leaving the zoo, and a bunch of people who are yellow in their toilet needs. Oh, there's somebody who turned red just as they went through the bathroom, I think. Oh no, they turned red just as they went into the bathroom. Yep, there they go. They come out, they're fine. Everything's good. Yes. Okay. Okay, we're looking all right. We're looking good. We're looking okay. How do the people feel? Everything but energy is in the green. I'm still not putting down enough benches, apparently. But absolutely no complaints from anyone. Let's see. Energy. Oh, yeah, it's really scattered again. As people are very tired waiting for the train, but once they get on the train, they will feel much better. A bunch of very tired people at the Timberwolves, but there's a seating area right there that nobody uses. I must have done something wrong. Like, I think I put this too far away or something, like some weirdness. Super tired over there. Super tired in the arachnid house. Okay, you know what? Stopgap solution. I still don't know what to do with this spot. So why don't I turn it into a bench zone while I figure out what the heck I'm doing? Like, what if I were to... Are these recolorable? Ooh, they are. We'll keep the black. But... yeah, like that. Behold, the zone of rest. They'll get more rested if I make the area more attractive, but since the main cluster of my tired people is around the entrance area for some reason that I cannot fathom, Like, why people are so tired when they've barely seen any of the zoo. But yeah, if I make this area more attractive, then people will be they'll get their rest faster sitting there because they'll be happy. Because decor makes people happy. But for now, that should hopefully summon the very tired people from this area of the zoo. And in fact, it is doing so. So the question is, these people who are in the red right here, are they going to head over there? Let's give a little zip to people's step. Are they going to head to the benches? They are. Well, that's perfect. Let's see, we have here idling, energy 100%. Now they're hungry. And they're right by the food court. See, it's all good. It's all good. This scenery is epic. What an amazing day. I loved Eldon Grant's talk. Yay! Houston, the word I can't say, is very happy with their visit to the zoo. They're going home now with 100% energy. And then, oop. I was trying to click on the lady, but I can't seem to click on the lady. There we go. Okay. Erlinda Herrick is also super happy. Oh, but saw litter on the path 4 months ago. Oh. Are my caretakers continuing to fail, or am I continuing to fail? Let's find out. Negative impact on guests. What a place for there to be trash. Huh. I'm going to have to take special measures. Ah! I'm stuck inside the mountain. Okay, here's the problem. I don't actually... Oh. It's inside the exhibit. Oh, gross. Okay, here. Have a garbage bin on the opposing side from the donation bin that I hid because I didn't want to look at it in here. Of all the places to throw trash, they throw trash where the animals might eat it. Okay. Where else? It was my fault. I didn't have a garbage bin anywhere in here, so... Let's see... Staff buildings, staff buildings. that electricity is still incredibly large despite all the plants that I put in around it. What the heck? Staff buildings, staff buildings. Well, except for that one pile of trash inside the bat cave, we're doing real good. So this is not on my janitors. Yay! Speaking of my janitors, okay, my mechanics are mostly underworked. What are you doing? You have no staff. Okay, most of them have no staff room perk. Okay, my mechanics are underworked. My caretakers are almost entirely underworked. My vendors, one of them is overworked. Why are you overworked, Charlotte? Serving customers. Where are you working, Charlotte? Where are you working, Charlotte? Oh. You're gonna work until you die, Charlotte. There are a lot of thirsty people in this region for some reason. You'd think with all of my underemployed caretakers, somebody would have gone to clean up that trash already. Okay, well, let's grab somebody who is not doing anything. Who happens to not be very far away. Excellent. Come here. Yeah, hi. You and me. You and me. We're going this way. Come on. We're coming over here. Oh, somebody came and cleaned it up. What do you mean I can't put her down here? Why can't I put her down here? Well, apparently I couldn't put her down there. But somebody already came and cleaned up the trash anyway, so it's fine. I have so many trash cans, which is why I've employed so many caretakers. But, I don't know, even though I see trash cans overflowing, they're still just underemployed. I've never quite understood what's going on. But like this trash can, yeah, this trash can over here is constantly full. Just constantly full. Why does nobody come to empty this trash bin if my janitors are criminally underemployed? Coming back to Ida here, who is emptying a bin. Actually doing something. Alright, what about you? You are also emptying a bin. Why is nobody emptying that bin, though? We're gonna find a caretaker. Who isn't on break. Aha! Come here, you. You and me. Look at this trash bin, my man. The trash bins here are never taken care of. Where have you and your compatriots been? Okay, well, at least those trash bins are emptied now. Okay, so I have been trying to end stream for half an hour, except I keep distracting myself with things to make my zoo better. I mean, we're looking real good. Energy is still an issue. But when it comes down to it, like, everything is looking pretty good. And the happiness is really high. My conservation rating is terrible because I'm not breeding any animals. So I will never have a 5-star zoo for as long as I have the immortality settings on. But it's fine because my animals are immortal. They're perfectly conserved and preserved. Oh. My Arctic foxes have no right to be this cute. I wish that some of them would actually hang out down here where the people on the train can see them. But oh well. Suppose the view from the Arctic fox here is fine. The view of Arctic fox is not great at all. You're looking from the wrong places. I literally made a wall of windows. There is no place that you can't see an Arctic fox really, really well. So I don't know what you're complaining about. Like, complaining you're cold, I would totally understand if you start complaining you're cold. But complaining that the view is bad? I made it so that the view is spectacular, okay? Oh, and I need another railway fence. More things to add to the list. Let's see here. Railway fence by Arctic foxes. Because, yeah, when the train runs this close to the path, it's a hazard. Speaking of hazards, get off the tracks. You do not belong on the tracks. You are departing. There you go. Okay. Oh, hey, it's my veterinarian. What are you doing out here? Whoops, that's not my veterinarian. Describe the view of the African wild dog from here as okay. Well, yeah, the African wild dogs, it's really difficult to see them. I agree. That's a difficulty. But yeah, what's my veterinarian up to? Ah, going on break. The staff room is so far away, I'll be worn out by the time I get there. I went to considerable difficulty to make sure that there'd be a staff room nearby to everything. Admittedly, the staff room, there's a staff room there, and there's a staff room over there. Admittedly, there is no staff room over here, and there will not be a staff room over here, but there's soon going to be a staff room over here. So they'll have much less to complain about. Oh yeah, and there's a staff room like right in under these trees as well. But But yeah, the staff area might be a little far from like here. But what were they doing all the way out here anyway? Very strange. Do not understand. No injuries or disease detected in the Arctic fox habitat. Yes, that is very good, but you detect from the door, which is back here. What were you doing over here? Mysteries. Mysteries which will never have an answer. Heading to Arctic fox, very happy. Are people actually resting in the train station? I put in benches and everything so that they could rest, but I don't know if they use them. Inspecting the East Station. Okay, great. Because I put some nice benches in here. Quite a few of them. I don't know if they're ever used. I have no way of telling. It never says. It's a very popular train station. Why do these people keep bringing their children to a nocturnal zoo? Okay, what am I going to do at the beginning of next stream? Where am I going to start? You know what? Let's start with the African porcupine, crested porcupine building. Because this swath of empty makes me sad. It needs to be a swath of less empty. So I need to fill that in with something. Like I do really like this little veggie garden. This is beautiful. I love it. I wish I'd made it myself, but you know, the workshop, the person who made the little pieces that you put together for the vegetable garden in the workshop did a beautiful job with this. But it only serves to make this area look more empty. Especially since I put in this tree and all this stuff here. I need something to kind of disguise the great big blank wall that is the back wall of the porcupine habitat. So I think this is where I'm going to pick up next week. So this is where I'm going to call it a night. Right here. I have chosen. This is where I'm going to start next time. So I'm going to save the zoo. Save. Okay. And this is where I will pick up again next week. And this is where I'm ending the stream. But good news, if you just cannot get enough of my Planet Zoo playing, well, you can find it on my YouTube channel because I archive my streams there. There is a playlist there for Planet Zoo, and you can see the entire progress of the Nocturne Zoo, the zoo that is only open at night, that has only nocturnal animals in it. In there as I battle the various things, but especially the camera. So that is the fun part. And I will be back streaming again on Wednesday night at as close to 7 p.m. as we get enough people together to form a room. I'll be playing either Among Us or Scribble It or 100% Orange Juice with my friends. And which game we play depends on how many people show up for the gaming. When we have the largest number of people, that's when we play Among Us. When we have the smallest number of people, that's when we play 100% Orange Juice because it is 4 players or less. So that one is a board game that is basically Anime Mario Party, but where each of the, I think it's 100 characters now, have their own special power that changes the rules around them just for them. The dice hate absolutely everybody, but especially me. And the cards change the rules as well, because, you know, why have rules that don't change? Why not go by Yu-Gi-Oh rules? It is chaotic madness that we have a lot of fun with. But if we have too many people for 100% orange juice and not quite enough for Among Us, that's when we play Scribble It. It is a Pictionary style game where one person draws, everyone else guesses what that person is drawing, and whoever has the largest number of points at the end of 3 rounds wins the game. And then at approximately 10:15 or 10:20 or so, when the group games wrap up because my friends abandoned me, because apparently, according to them, if you need to be awake for a job in the morning, you have to sleep at night somehow, which is interesting. You know, I've rarely done that. I can't remember the last time I did that. So, okay. But, you know, they abandoned me so that they can go and do this sleep thing, and that's when I'm going to be switching over to Power Wash Simulator. I will be continuing my way through the career mode on that, while we wait for my new mouse to arrive so that I can return to Valheim on Wednesdays. But until my new mouse arrives, we all get to enjoy the ASMR sound of running water and the wonderful dopamine hits that is the ding of a thing being clean. So that's what's going to be going on Wednesday. Then on Thursday night, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Oxygen Not Included for Try Not to Die Thursday. I will be returning to a base that I had started earlier. I stopped playing Oxygen Not Included for a bit of time because there was a new DLC that came out, and the game got a little destabilized by that, as it normally does when the DLC comes out. So I just walked away for a little while until it restabilized. Now it has restabilized. I finished with the streaming of the game that I was doing in the interim, so I'm going back to my base where I'm pretty sure I have something to do with water being too hot and needing to be cooled down. So I believe that's what I'm doing in Oxygen Not Included. I'll figure it out on Thursday. Then on Sunday night, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Baldur's Gate 3, where I'm going to be continuing to avoid Moonrise Towers by looking everywhere but there. Upcoming in Baldur's Gate 3, it's going to be a long rest and then exploring an omnibus cavern. And, I have plans for after that, but I have no idea how long this ominous cavern, omnibus, which word is it? I can only say it like one way at a time. But either way, there's a new cavern to be explored. I'm going to explore it. We'll see how long that takes. I do have a plan for what I'm doing after the cavern is explored, but we'll see if there's time enough to get to it. And then, next Monday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I shall return to Planet Zoo for Management Monday, where I will be continuing to work on the eastern zone of the zoo in filling in plants, building that habitat, all of that glorious, wonderful stuff, and, you know, just getting things looking nice and good, and then moving on to the next thing, because I have such grand plans for this zoo. Such grand plans. Oh, the plans, they are so big. And the zoo, it is not so big right, you know, compared to my plans. So, that is the plan. And that is the schedule for my upcoming week. All the games that I'm going to be playing and everything that I intend to be doing in those games. I actually have intentions for pretty much everything that I'm playing, which is unusual for me, but it's nice all the same. But you know, whether or not I have a plan, whether or not I follow the plan, I still have fun. And I've had so much fun tonight, and I hope that all of you have had at least as much fun as I have. And I hope that you all have a great night. Good night!